Can the people in the Zoom confirm that they can hear us? Can you hear us? Can you please confirm that you hear us? Okay. Sorry for the technical issue. Now we will move on to the next agenda point, which is the election of the 8th IPSF European Region Symposium 2028, KPSV, the Netherlands. Now I will give the floor for the presentation. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, for the floor. Brian, candidate chairperson for the 8 years. So I'm proud to present you the bid for the 8 years that we want to host in Utrecht. You can go to the next slide. So we're at this moment with a team of 9, as you can see, and there are still 3 more positions open, among which we are still looking for an educational officer, as well as a partnership officer. There's already a few here around. Maybe you've seen them. We are excited to organize this event for you. You can go to the next one. So a little bit about the KPSV. KPSV was founded in 1903. And there's 4 departments located in Groningen, Leiden, Utrecht, and Amsterdam. And there's about 4,000 members. It was one of the founders of IPSF. So we're really proud to be presenting again after several events of IPSF already in the past, among which the World Congress in 2013, most recently. So a bit about the Netherlands. It's located in Western Europe. I think most of you will know that. Utrecht is actually located in the center of the Netherlands. It's the 4th biggest city with a little less than 400,000 inhabitants. And it's best known from the Dom Tower, which you can also see in our logo. And it's a historic city center, which has unique canals, for example. And Utrecht is also home to many cultural and educational institutions. Utrecht is located right in the center of the Netherlands, transportation is actually very important. It's the national train hub of the Netherlands. The train station of Utrecht is the biggest in the Netherlands with 200,000 travelers each day. It's easily reachable from the three biggest airports of the Netherlands, which with the biggest one being Schiphol, only being 35 minutes away. So that's great for the reachability of Utrecht. Within the city, there's also an elaborate network of public transport, including buses and trams. Additionally, Utrecht is recognized as the most bicycle-friendly city in the world. Therefore, we think bikes could also be a good means of transport to get around in the city, offering more independence to participants while also encouraging staying active and healthy. As for the program, there's no big surprises in here. It will be a 5-day program, just like this year's. As for the dates, they are still to be decided in collaboration with the university accommodation and also with the regional office. But it will likely take place on the 4th to 8th of July or the 11th to 15th of July, with the last option being the 18th to the 22nd of July. Yeah. So in the bid, there was also compounding event included in the preliminary program that we really want to try to organize it in collaboration with the RPO, as it was actually introduced during the World Congress in 2013, but we will still have to talk with the university about it and also with the regional office. Then for the educational program, we chose the theme advancing personalized medicine, tailoring treatment for tomorrow. We think it's a very broad theme, offering a wide range of options from community pharmacy to clinical pharmacy, and also industry, research and development and regulations. And the venue for the education program will be the Utrecht University at the Utrecht Science Park, which is located in the east of Utrecht. As for the social program, we looked for a lot of accommodations and venues for it. And for the opening ceremony, we now have two options, being the city monastery. You can see the first picture, and the other one being the city hall. And we are still evaluating also other options, but these are the two options we have now. As for the Dutch and International Night, we are in contact with Club Puma, so they can host it. That's the best known club and the one with the cheapest beer, so that's also nice. For the gala, we have two options. The first one being at Oude Tolhuis, which you can see above, and the other one being the Stadium Galgenwaard, which is the stadium of FC Utrecht. And there's an event center with overview of the field, so that's nice. Then for the accommodation, we have a hostel, Stay OK hostel, located in the city center of Utrecht, actually located at the main square of Utrecht, so that's a great location. A bus station to the Utrecht Science Park is, I don't know, like less than 100 meters away, so that's also great. And the train station is also for like a walkable distance. And also some of the locations for the social program are easily reachable. Then for the budget, we have the income. The participants fee in the first phase will be 246 euros, and they will increase per phase. The reception committee and helping team, they will pay 100 euros, and for sponsors and grants, we will have to get 50,000 euros. So yeah, we are already looking at grant options, so that's really great. I think we have a lot of options. Then for the expenses, the first one is the 63 euros. That's the price per person per night, and that's the biggest cost, the hostel. And then breakfast is included, and also dinner is included. But for the dinner, we are also including the participants from the RC and the helping team, so they can eat at the Stay OK. So that's why it's under meals instead of accommodation. As for the public transport, there's a public transport ticket per person per day, which is 6 euros. So we budgeted for that to also make sure that people can get to the Utrecht Science Park. And administration costs would be for example, we want to found a foundation, so it's independent from the campus fee. So that's included in the 1,000 euros there. And representation also includes things like decoration, gifts to speakers, those kind of things. And then the RC and helping team, they will get 15 euros to get a t-shirt. Those are the most important things, I think. And then for the OVU, it's just short to see what the costs are. In total, the budget is 104,376 euros. So that's quite a bit. Then next one. We got a letter of invitation from the mayor of Utrecht, so that's really great. They are happy to have us. Then
you have 2 minutes left.
Okay. We got a letter of recommendation also from the Royal Dutch Pharmacists Association, the KNP, and they will also try to support us in this event. We got a letter of recommendation from Parant Akkervan, the one that helped founding the Euro. So that's really great also to have her support. And a support letter from Jonna Rolfes, who's also in the reception committee. And then we have a board of recommendation who have like a big reach within the pharmaceutical field, among which are honorary members of the KNPSV and also local associations, but also people from the universities and even one from the Leiden Bioscience Park, which is one of the other cities that KNPSV is also located. So yeah, a little bit more people, and then I want to thank you for listening, and I look forward to welcome you to Utrecht. Thank you.
And now I open the floor for discussion. A new comment from the Symposium Slovenia.
Thank you for the floor, Pia, the Symposium Slovenia. I would like to congratulate you on your bid. It is very impressive, and we are looking forward to your event. But I do have a question. You mentioned that there are 3 vacant positions currently in the RC, and one of them is educational and one of them is. So what is the third one? Thank you.
Direct from the nominee.
Thank you for the question. Thank you for the floor. Yes,
please address yourself.
Oh yeah, sorry, Brian, nominee. Like we are still looking what position exactly would need more help. At this moment, the partnership is a big thing because we need a lot of sponsorships and grants. At the other hand, we had 10 members in the RC, but unfortunately, one member had to stop due to personal reasons. That was the educational officer. So basically, we want to fill that position, but like the third position could be another of the officers within the RC.
A new comment from Anne France.
Chloé Anne France, thank you for the floor. It was really an amazing big book, so thank you for candidating. You have our full support. What will you implement to find the missing positions? And if you don't find anyone who wants to take them, what will you do? Thank you.
Direct from the nominee.
Brian Schiller, nominee. Thank you for the question. Thank you for the floor. So we have the full support of the KNPSV board, and they will help us to find someone. We like within the RC, we are also looking at potential candidates for RC positions. So we are looking into it and then contacting those persons. I think within the 2 years, it should succeed. So I'm not worried about that. Thank you.
New comment from CPSA Croatia.
Thank you, Chair Ivna, CPSA Croatia. Congratulations on your bid. As you are expecting quite a big sum from sponsors, do you already have some sponsorship deals or some reliable sponsors in mind? Thank you.
Direct from the nominee.
Thank you for the floor, Brian, nominee. So at this moment, we don't have any sponsors yet, but there are already organizations that are interested. Like they wanted to keep up to date. They didn't want to say they would support us already until like the bid was accepted. So they want a more concrete answer to whether the event would actually be hosted. Also, there's contracts from the KNPSV, like yearly contracts, and they also had the same stance on this. So we are confident that we will get the sponsorship goal. And also we are looking at grants a lot because we already saw that there's a lot of options that we can apply for. So thank you.
Direct from KPSV, the Netherlands. Sorry. Direct from the meeting secretary.
Thank you for the floor. Tarshka, KPSV, the Netherlands.
No, you should.
I think because her role is meeting secretary, but
Can we ask to the motions committee that how should she address herself because she's meeting secretary? Yes, so yeah, point of order from motions committee.
Morton Motions Committee, please ask the chair to for allowing you to speak on behalf of KPSV as observer. Thank you.
thank you for the floor. Tarshka, can I be allowed to speak on behalf of the KPSV, the Netherlands?
Yes.
Thank
Now
you
you have the floor.
for the floor. Okay, so Tarshka, KPSV, the Netherlands. I would like to add that as former president of the KPSV, we have also mentioned that the years would be maybe upcoming in the Netherlands, and a lot of companies have showed interest. So we also are very confident that they are able to get the full sponsorship that they need.
A new comment from IPF Portugal.
Margarida Pef, Portugal. Thank you for the floor, and thank you so much for the bid. It's really nice to see a bid so well thought through. Since a regional assembly was recently organized in your country, we'd like to ask if you have been in contact or plan to be in contact with the previous chairperson and the RC, because we believe that every host country faces its own specific country-related challenges. So we'd like to know whether you have received feedback or you're planning to get it from the previous RC.
Direct from the nominee.
Thank you for the floor, Brian, nominee. I've not been in contact yet, but I think that's a great idea. Thank you for the suggestion. Yeah, like the last event, the ERA, it was not like the full year. So I think definitely we can look at what challenges they had. But since the event was a lot smaller, I also think that there's a lot of differences. But I will definitely have discussions with my predecessors. Thank you.
New comment from IPF Portugal.
Margarida Faria, APF Portugal, thank you for the floor. We'd just like to ask, sorry if you mentioned it and we just didn't get it, but you plan to have an auction night during the international night or during another night? Just to clarify that.
Direct from the nominee.
Brian, nominee, thank you for the floor. So I think it will be during international nights. This is my first IPSF event, so I'm learning a lot here. I'm taking notes every time. So it will probably be like this, and I feel like the auction is usually during international night, so we will probably just do that. Thank you.
New comment from BPSA United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Thank you for the floor, Polly, BPSA, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. This is just a question on the accommodation. I'm not sure if I just didn't catch it. Just because the accommodation you've recommended is a hostel, have you confirmed that they have enough of the 2-people rooms to accommodate your 200 guests? Are you intending to use 4 and 6 people rooms, or will some of us also be utilizing rooms in the dormitories? Thank you.
Direct from the nominee.
thank you for the floor, Brian nominee. So the hostel has about 180 places. The RC won't be staying in the hostel, so that's like deducts 12 people. So there's enough places in the hostel, but they will be staying in rooms of 6 to 8 people. So I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
New comment from CPSA Slovakia.
Thank you for the floor. Monica, SPSA Slovakia. First of all, thank you for your presentation. I would like to ask about the budget, or what's the number of students you are expecting, the capacity, because in your budget there is accommodation number 712, and when it comes to public transport there is 534. Thank you.
Direct comment from the nominee.
Thank you for the floor, Brian nominee. Okay, so for the accommodation, it is 712 because you do 178 divided by 4, and then you get like or times 4, and then you get this number. So that's why it's 712. As for the public transport, it's only for the Wednesday. It's 3 days. So that's why it's only like 534.
New comment from Anne France.
Emily Annette, France. Thank you for the floor. Could you, the allocated budget for the dollar is 18,000 euros. Could you explain the cost a bit more? Why is it this amount? And don't you think it's a bit expensive? Thank you.
Direct comment from the nominee.
Brian nominee, thank you for the floor. Yes, so the gala, we looked into the options and we got the quotes from both options. Like galas are expensive, locations are expensive, dinner is expensive, everything is expensive. But basically, what's included is a seated dinner, and also like the venue. So we also have to pay for that. And potentially also transport to the venue, or maybe like not on the way to the venue, but maybe the way back. So that's also included. Thank you.
New comment from Anne France.
Chloé Annep France, thank you for the floor. Could you develop how much you are expecting from grants and how much from sponsors exactly? Thank you.
Direct comment from the nominee.
Brian nominee, thank you for the floor. So at this moment, I cannot really say how much. I know for sure that we have like 5 or 6 options at least for like to apply for grants. So I think that can account for quite a bit of the budgeted sponsorship income. Thank you.
Do I have any new comments? I see none. Wait, sorry. New comment from the chairperson of the 6 Euros.
Thank you for the floor, Chair. Sophie, the chairperson of the 6 IPSF Euros. I have a question about the budget and about all the numbers. When we did our bid, we had to kind of lock the prices because they will be higher in 2 years, right? have you talked to the hotels and the venues that you can lock the price right now, so it won't be like more expensive in 2 years? If that makes sense? Yeah.
Direct from the nominee.
Brian nominee. We unfortunately have not been able to lock it yet. Like the prices for 2028 are not known yet. We expect them to like increase a little bit, but not too much. So yeah, there would be an increase probably, but we don't know how much. And we are also still going to try to negotiate the price. So I hope it can stay the same as it is in the budget. Thank you.
Do I have any new comments? I see none. Therefore, I close the floor for discussion. Now we will proceed to the close discussion. So I please ask everyone who is Dutch to leave the room. Who is from KPSV to leave the room?
Can you mention that all the observers have to leave their electronics?
Yeah. Observers, please leave your electronics here. Do not carry with you. Yeah. Do we? Can yeah, yeah.
No, because we need to.
Okay, Shubi is coming.
And men should join so they can be.
Yeah. Did you let Mensch know?
It's exactly 19 ballots. So
Nine.
it should check us.
Okay.
Because we lost the vote from Denmark.
We will begin with the roll call.
Scrutineers, please get ready to give the voting cards to AFIP Austria, CPSA Croatia, CZPSA Czech Republic, FIPSA Finland, ANEP France, BPHD Germany, ASIP Switzerland, vote delegated to BPHD Germany, KNPSV the Netherlands, SOP Denmark, vote delegated to KNPSV the Netherlands, NOPSA Norway, SNAP Sweden, vote delegated to NOPSA Norway, BPSA Poland, APEF Portugal, FASFOR Romania, NEPSR Serbia, SPSA Slovakia, de Schuffisser Slovenia, FEF Spain, TPAYC Turkey, and BPSA United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Can the scrutineers please count the votes? Thank you. Thank you, scrutineers. 20 full members present and voting.
Now we will continue with resume standing orders. Do I have a proposal proposed by the Slovenia? Do I have a wait? Do I have a seconder? Second by Anne France. All of those against. With 0 votes against and 20 votes for, motion carried unanimously. Now we will continue with next agenda point. Now, as regional working group, we have a procedural motion to table all of the current motions to AOB, and the reason for that is that we would like to have the financial reports for the 5th and 6th EURAS today, especially 6 EURAS, because for logistical reasons, also it would be easier to do it today, because also the treasurer of the symposium is here, and if there's if it's not if the array is not completed today, and if it moves to online, it would be hard for the RC to arrange and find a suitable date for the online array as well. So we would like to, so what we want to do is basically table all the current motions to AOB. Then once we table all of those to AOB, we will start with the 5th European Regional Symposium report and the 6th report, 6th IPSF European Regional Symposium financial report. And then then the order would be the motions from the EMOS, then the review of the motions in force. So does anyone need a clarification, or is it clear? Yeah, clarification by KNPSV Netherlands.
Thank you, Marlon, KNPC in the Netherlands. So just to clarify, we would start off with the review of the motional force list, and then go to ALB, or?
No, we would start with tabling all the current motions to AOB, and at AOB the order would be the financial reports, then the motions, then the review of the motions in force. Okay, so since this is raised by regional working group, it doesn't need a seconder. Now we can proceed to the voting. All of those against? With 0 votes against, 20 votes in for, motion carried unanimously. Now we are in the AOB session of the Regional Assembly, and the first agenda point is the which reads the 15th IPSF European Regional Assembly accepts and adopts 5th IPSF EURAS final financial report. I will give the floor to Mr. Hassan Syed, because as the treasurer of the 5th IPSF EURAS.
May I take over the role, my previous role as IPSF Euros
Yes.
Treasurer? Thank you. Thank you for the floor. Hassan, 5th IPSF Euros Treasurer, on behalf of the reception committee. I will just scroll up. Hopefully everybody can see this okay. So to present our report, first and foremost, I would like to sincerely apologize for the delay in the report. With me being on the regional working committee and having to deal with the regional assembly this year, as well as me having to sit my license exam, it was a very busy period for myself. And our chairperson who was writing the report also had some personal reasons for why she couldn't finish the report on time. This was communicated to our WG, and we thank you sincerely for the opportunity to present this report today. So going over the report itself, we have the intermediate budget from 2025, which was approved. Not much really changed from 2025 to 2026 after the symposium was finished. So going down, we can start off with the travel costs. So we had a team building weekend. So a lot of our RC members were not from Newcastle. So we thought it was appropriate for us to have a weekend just before the Euro started, where they could actually explore Newcastle, understand where everything is, understand the logistics of the university, as well as get to know each other, because many of them had not met for the first time. So our travel costs and food for the day was included within that team building weekend. Also, myself, the vice president, and the chairperson bought our cars for logistical reasons. We did a lot of the printing and things at home, and a lot of the coffee break items we bought ourselves. So we brought our cars. It came into play really beneficially for the Euros. I did a lot of transportation and logistics. So we had fuel costs, which we had to factor in, as well as parking, because there was no parking at the hotel. We had to pay for an external parking permit, which was for the entire week. And then moving on to the venues, we had the venues for the day programs, as well as the opening ceremony and the hangout nights, as well as the Explore Newcastle nights and the gala nights. I think a lot of it was presented last year, so nothing really changed from that. Our finances were locked in at the intermediate report, I believe. Moving on, our lunch. I would just like to highlight, we did have a person who was nut free. However, he only had nut free for one meal. After which he said, as long as the meals didn't physically contain nuts, he was happy to eat it. So then he just had the regular meal moving forward. That's why there's only a very small amount for the nut free allergy in comparison to what it used to be. And then moving on. Actually, I'll steal this. So moving on, we then have the miscellaneous sections. So we had to do a lot of printing and banner making. So that's included there, as well as the speaker gifts, which was some chocolates and some certificates and things. And then lastly, we had the photography pricing for the gala night and the prizes for the PCE and hackathon, which have been distributed to the winners. And then we had a bit of money left over from the Euros itself, but we had accounted for this, and that money was then used in the post-symposium tour. So moving on to the post-symposium tour, our finances pretty much stay the same from the report. We had to just account for the remaining balance that we had over. Our accommodation and everything, we had our prices locked in, and then our dinner was sponsored, but we did have to still pay because the sponsorship only covered a few of the drinks, and we had a few extra like expenses to pay for on the day. So that concludes my report. If anyone has any questions, I open the floor to questions. Thank you very much.
Now I open the floor for discussion. I see no new comments. Therefore, I close the floor for discussion. Now we will proceed to voting For the motion which reads, this is the 15th IPSF European Region Assembly accepts and adopts 5th IPSF EURA's final financial report. All of those against? All of those abstain? With 0 votes against, 0 votes abstain, 20 votes for, motion carried unanimously. Would you like to say something? Yes.
Thank you for the floor, Hassan, 5th IPSF Euros Treasurer. I would like to sincerely thank all of you guys for making my life a lot easier. It's been a stressful couple of days because of the delayed report, but I would also like to give a huge thank you to Shamsa, the previous chairperson, for her efforts to expedite this report. We had a few issues with a couple of the receipts, but we managed to sort that out. And with me being an RA, it was very difficult because she's working and I'm here. So communicating was really hard. So I really, really appreciate you guys making this easy for me. Thank you.
Now we will proceed with the next motion, which reads, this is the 15th IPSF European Regional Assembly accepts and adopts 6 IPSF Euros intermediate financial report. Now I will give floor to the Ms. Thea Voin Hamfjord, as treasurer of the 6 IPSF Euros.
Okay, hi, my name is Thea, and I am the treasurer for the 6th IPSF ERS. And I hope that you all looked over the budgets that I've made. Most of the expenses are not locked in yet because most of the most of the things we have to pay for, we haven't gotten a chance to pay yet. For example, the hotel and so on, we get we have to pay later when we're done. What is locked in right now is the merch post because we had to buy everything before we got here, and that is mostly what is locked in there. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and the PST, this one is also not quite locked in yet. We have paid for a bit more, but when this was sent in, we still hadn't paid for everything, but is getting updated for the later. Yeah, but this is a bit more locked in than the regular one. I think we're gonna go about even on both of them. Yeah, we were supposed to be 40 participants on the PST, but there has been some cancellations, but unfortunately we can't actually cancel the trip for them anymore, so we will have to pay the same amounts anyways. So it would be nice to have a bit more money to spend on other things for the PhD candidates, but unfortunately that won't be possible probably. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, thank you.
Now I open the floor for discussion. We have point of information from the chairperson of the 6 IPSF Euros.
Thank you for the floor, Chair. Sophie, the chairperson of the 6 IPS Europe. I just want to clarify that when Thea said we haven't paid for it yet, it doesn't mean that the prices are wrongly. It just means that when we have contracts on everything and we have receipts and ordering systems for everything, it's just that the money hasn't left our account to their account, like the invoices hasn't been made yet, but it won't be any more or less or anything than the number that is written there, just for you to know. That was my point of information.
We have a new comment from KPSV, the Netherlands.
Thank you, Marlon, KPC in the Netherlands. So we don't really have any questions as it was a really clear explanation. So thank you very much for that. And we also compared it a little bit with the budget proposal that was submitted last year. And even though some of the posts were like a bit higher than expected, you still stuck to the budget very well. So congratulations on that and nice job. Thank you.
Azra, chairperson, so we would like to ask to the treasurer and the chairperson of the symposium to, if it's okay to move the balance. So we have 25 and 1.7 euro of income now. Yeah, I was going to say that. It's profit. Yeah, I'm going. So we would like to propose to move the profit into the expenses as unforeseen expenses. So the balance would be 0. Technical from Campus with the Netherlands.
Thank you, Marlon, KPC in the Netherlands. We would propose to call the post on the expenses just positive balance instead of unforeseen income or expenses, because that better reflects what it is.
Do we have any new comments? New comment from IPF Portugal.
Margarida IPF Portugal, thank you for your presentation. We'd just like to ask, because you were mentioning that the PSC participants, some of them will no longer be taking part, and after you said that we didn't have enough time to check the intermediate financial reports again. So was that expense covered by the RC, or was it by the participants that already paid?
Direct from the treasurer of a point of order from motions committee.
The Asha Motions Committee, please address the chair and not the presenter.
Direct from the treasurer of the 6 IPSF euros.
Okay, thank you for the floor. Thea, treasurer of the 6th IPSF house. If I understood correctly, you asked if anyone had to cover the cost of those people that are no longer attending the PSD. They have already paid, and they have been explained that it was the same like cancellation as all of the others. So that is covered by the people that aren't going. Yeah. So yeah. Thank you.
Do we have any other new comments? I see none. Therefore, I close the floor for discussion. Now we will proceed to voting for the motion, which reads, this is the 15th IPSF European Regional Assembly accepts and adopts the 6th IPSF European Regional Symposium Intermediate Financial Report. All of those against? All of those abstain? With 0 votes against, 0 votes abstain, 20 votes for, motion carried unanimously. Yeah.
Thank you for the floor. Terry Namfur, treasurer of the 6th IPSF house. I just remembered that I forgot to thank my sponsorship team because, as you saw, we got a lot more money than we thought we would, and that is all thanks to the amazing help I've gotten from them, as well as Sophie, our chairperson, who has also been talking to a few of the sponsors and helping us there. So I'd just like to thank them. Yeah.
Now we will move on to the next motion, which is, this is the 15 IPSF European Regional Assembly mandates the IPSF Euro Regional Working Group to investigate alternative voting methods for elections held during closed discussion, including secured digital voting system with the aim of replacing paper ballot voting where feasible while maintaining ballot secrecy, transparency, and election integrity. This motion shall be achieved by the 16 IPSF European Regional Assembly, proposed by BPHC Germany, seconded by KMPSV the Netherlands. Can I get the proposer and seconder to the podium for their motivation speech? I would like to ask the motions committee the time for the speech should be 2 or 3 minutes because I don't remember correctly. Point of order, information from the motions committee.
Morton Motions Committee. In the official documents, there's nothing stated specifically for motions and motivational speeches, so maybe the chair can suggest a time limit, and we can stick to that. Thank you.
As chairperson, I propose to have time limit as 2 minutes. You can, you can do green light, red light if you agree. Okay, then we have the limit for 2 minutes.
Okay. BPHD, Nuruddin. Thank you, Chair. We believe the motion is self-explanatory and we wouldn't recommend any specific tool at this stage. It might be part of the investigation. We think using paper ballots can lead to unfortunate outcomes, as we all have seen with the screwing up of the letter I. And we could surely name more reasons, but I want to make it short and take not too much time. So that's it, basically.
Thank you for the speech. I open the floor for discussion.
Thank you for the floor. Marlon, KPC Netherlands. We fully agree with the proposal of BPHD Germany because we've also seen in other associations that it also makes the voting experience more effective, which can lead to shorter times for voting, etc., etc. And yeah, that's what we would like to add. Thank you so much.
Now I open the floor for discussion. You should put the parliamentary. New comment from Nobsa, Norway.
Thank you for the floor. Johannes Nopsa, Norway. In the EPSA congresses, the website being used for secure online voting is cost 59 euros per event. Assuming IPSF uses the same or a similar website, how will these 59 euros be covered? Thank you.
Direct from the seconder.
Thank you, Marlon, KPC Netherlands. So we understand that indeed the program in question, Nemo Vote, I believe it's called, would cost money. And this would be something that would be in accordance with the IPSF treasurer as well. We wouldn't say there are any resources we can already can count on from the IPSF budget, but that's also a reason why we propose to make it an investigation to also take those factors into account. Of course, this could also benefit the entire federation on a global scale if certain options were possible, but we want to keep it to the European region to first investigate like the options. Thank you.
Any comment from BPSA, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland?
Thank you for the floor. Polly, BPSA, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. I was just wondering about the specific wording of with the aim of replacing paper ballot voting. Shouldn't the regional working group, if they're looking at the most efficient way for us to vote whilst maintaining secrecy and transparency, also be considering other ways that paper ballots can be used, but moving away from handwritten ballots, because paper ballots are obviously the best way to maintain secrecy because they don't introduce technology into closed discussion. So couldn't we look at some options that still utilize paper ballots, just in a different format? I would like your thoughts. Thank you.
Direct from the seconder.
Thank you, Marlon KPC, the Netherlands. We just discussed this a little bit in the short time that it took to walk to here. But we don't really see added value to investigating a different way of doing voting because in the case that a digital tool would be not recommended, we already have like the standard practice of doing the voting ballots, which do work effectively to the scope that they are in use right now. So, of course, they can take other options into consideration in the investigation, but we do feel like that might not be worthwhile, so to say. Thank you.
New comment. You can't. Okay. I would like to clarify with BPSA, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Is this direct comment to the direct comment of KMPSV, because you can't direct the direct, or it
was
to
it
is
would have actually been a clarification on what I meant and what I.
okay. So clarification from BPSA, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
So when I referenced other paper means, I was referring to potentially pre-printed options that would move away from current practice as opposed to just reevaluating current practice. And I should have been more clear on that.
Thank you. We have a new comment from CPSA Croatia.
Thank you, Chair. Ivna, CPSA Croatia. I want to question it if the definition of a closed discussion would have to be changed in the official documents.
Point of a clarification from Motions Committee.
Valeria, Motions Committee, can you repeat the question, please?
CPSA Croatia.
Ivna, CPSA Croatia, would we have to change the definition of a closed discussion?
It's already in there. Point of information. Right now, in the standing orders, Article 7.11.3 reads voting options, and this is about closed discussion. Voting options shall be specified by the chairperson to be written or marked on any specified official secret ballot cards or chosen anonymously on a specified page of the online voting platform. So it includes that online voting platform is also
possible, as this is also done for online GA and RA sessions. Thank you.
Direct comment from KPSV, the Netherlands.
Thank you, Marlon KPC in the Netherlands. Just to keep in line with the language used in the official documents, what we could do is change the wording of voting methods for elections held during closed discussions to voting methods for secret ballot voting, because in that case, that would be more in line with what is already there. How does the motions committee feel about that, or RWG?
New comment from Euro Secretary.
Thank you, Lieke, IPSF Euro Secretary. If we're discussing amendments, I have one technical, which is that closed discussions is capitalized and it's not capitalized in the OD, so let's also fix that. And I think the way it reads now, we only have to investigate. So I think it's good to include something like, if deemed feasible, that it will be implemented. Just to inform you, you will have to write it out and then read the amended motion in full. So maybe you guys can take some time for that. Thank you.
Testing. No.
Thank you, Marlon KPC in the Netherlands. Thank you so much for hanging us in there with us. So we would like to amend the wording of the motion to read the following. The 15th IPSF European Regional Assembly mandates the IPSF Euro Regional Working Group to investigate alternative voting methods for secret ballot voting, including secure digital voting systems with the aim of replacing paper ballot voting where feasible while maintaining ballot secrecy, transparency, and election integrity by the 31st of May. If the outcome of the investigation is positive, the proposed method shall be implemented from the 16th IPSF European Regional Assembly. This motion shall be achieved immediately and shall not be reviewed.
Yeah. Can you confirm if it's right?
Thank you, Marlon KPC in the Netherlands. Just add a comma after positive. And then it's perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay. Do I have any new comments? I see none. Therefore, we can proceed with the voting. For the motion, which is the 15 IPSF European Regional Assembly mandates the IPSF Euro Region Working Group to investigate alternative voting methods for secret ballot voting, including the secure digital voting system with the aim of replacing paper ballot voting where feasible while maintaining ballot secrecy, transparency, and election integrity by the 31st of May. If the outcome of the investigation is positive, the proposed amendment shall be implemented from the 16 IPSF European Regional Assembly. This motion shall be achieved immediately and shall not be reviewed. All those against? All those abstain? With 0 votes against, 0 votes abstain, 20 votes for, motion carried unanimously. Now we will move on to the next motion, proposed by BPHD Germany, seconded by KPSV the Netherlands, which is the 15 IPSF European Regional Assembly will propose the following motion to the 72nd IPSF General Assembly. This is the 72nd General Assembly amends the standing orders of the official documents, articles 10.3.1 and 10.3.2 to read as follows. 10.3.1, the Secretary General or another individual appointed by the Executive Committee shall accept nomination forms for Executive Committee positions no later than midnight of the seventh day preceding the elections. 10.3.2, the Secretary or another individual appointed by Regional Working Group shall accept nomination forms for Regional Working Group positions no later than the midnight of the seventh day preceding the elections. This motion shall be achieved by the 73rd General Assembly. Now I give the floor to the proposer for their speech.
Thank you for the floor. Omid, BPHD Germany. Dear RA, this motion is also pretty straightforward. The official reason is that we believe that having more time to prepare thoroughly for elections would prove very beneficial to evaluate the nominees. And in regard to our other duties in the RA and GA, it allows for more effective time management and a larger timeline. And of course, being able to critically evaluate our nominees is essential to assure suitability for a position. An unofficial reason is reading nomination forms at midnight costs valuable hours at the regional symposium, and it doesn't have to be that way. Yeah, the deadline is currently constituted in the official documents. So therefore, we would have to propose this amendment to the RWG. Thank you.
Now I give the floor to seconder for their speech.
Thank you, Marlon, KPC Netherlands. So just like BPHD already said, we fully agree with the notion that having more time to review the elections could lead to a better review of these. And the reason why we want to propose it like this, that the regional office is proposing it to the General Assembly, is especially because we believe that we as a region can benefit from it, but that the other regional offices and the General Assembly could benefit from it as well. And I think the added support from the region adds to the weight that we can put in to have this motion be accepted. Thank you.
Now I open the floor for discussion. New comment from the Szyfusy Slovenia.
Thank you for the floor. Pia Deševa Slovenia. We strongly agree that like preparation is very important for the RA. However, we have some thoughts about the 7-day, what is it like, deadline. We would propose that maybe 7 days is a bit much, since that could also cause additional stress for the regional working group if there are like not enough applicants. So we would suggest that maybe the motion be amended to a shorter deadline.
Direct from the seconder.
Thank you, Marlon KPC Netherlands. To that comment, we would like to ask the regional working group what their experience is with this situation and if they would recommend amending it to a shorter timeline. So change it to the 5 days instead of 7. Thank you. You said 5.
7. As RWG, so the reason that the deadline for the elections becoming during the Euros, it was to like attract people who joined the symposium, and it like also make like attract them to apply. And like if there is not much of a difference between 5 days and 7 days because it's still before the European Regional Assembly or the Symposium. And and this year we got all the nominations, even though the deadline was the first day of the symposium, and we didn't have much time to attract the new nominations. So yeah, thank you. Would you like to say something? Yeah, point of information from the secretary.
Lieke IPSF Euro Secretary. And as a point of information, all the nominees from this year I had decided like weeks before the deadline, I would say that they would apply. So 7 or 5 days would also not have made a difference. Yeah, thank you.
New comment from the seconder.
Thank you, Marlon KPC in the Netherlands. And to comment on the comment of pardon me, sorry, the Schufse, we do feel like if we would shorten the timeline, especially for the General Assembly, this would mean that it would come really close to the event. And the reason why we have to prefer to have it kept at 7 is to give us just more time in more rest and more relaxed situations to review the nominations. So we do feel like keeping the timeline as this would still be beneficial. Thank you.
New comment from BPSA United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Thank you for the floor. Polly, BPSA, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. I agree that it is very important that we as official delegates have the time to properly review the documents, but it is also really important that we give nominees an opportunity to fill out their nomination forms to the best of their ability and to accurately kind of portray for us what they want to do. And this deadline does feel a little bit too soon for them to have the time they need to do that. Also, in line with what the chairperson said, are we attracting all the nominees that would be interested if we're not giving them the opportunity to come to the RA, speak to other delegates, speak to the people in the role currently, and also their delegation? Not all member organizations are specific to one university. So the other members of their delegation might be from across the country and they might not have had the opportunity to discuss their nomination form with them. So would you say there's a way we could adjust the deadline so it accommodates our needs as official delegates, but also supports the nominees to fill out their nomination form to the best of their ability? Thank you.
Direct from campus with another seconder.
Marlon, KPC in the Netherlands. So first of all, thank you for your concern and sharing that. We do recognize that you want to give equal opportunity to all nominees in whatever stage of the process we are, to give them the chance to apply. But we do want to highlight that is like standard practice to open the nominations a few months in advance, which would give them like sufficient time to at least look into the position and also reach out to the relevant position holders, as those are also stated in the call. So besides the in-person consultation, so to say, they would have already had like another opportunity to go through that way. So we do feel like that could be addressed in that sense. And in terms of how to alleviate the burden on the ODs, but still give those potential nominees more time, we do feel like that might not be so easily combinable, because it would either be you give them more time and it's less time for ODs to review, or you give them less time and it's more time for ODs to review, if you understand what I mean. So that might be hard to combine in the most efficient way, but yeah.
New
thank you.
comment from Nopsa Norway.
Thank you so much for the floor. Veronica and Nupsa Norway. We just want to highlight that taking on a big and time-consuming mandate is usually a decision that's decided on and thought about for a while. So yeah, they probably haven't thought about it already. Thank you.
Direct from, do you have a direct? Do you have direct from the proposer?
Yeah, we can agree with that. So these are positions that usually have a lot of thought put into them, and we see that in the nomination forms, that we really have put thought in doing this position. And if we understood it right, this year's nominations form came weeks in advance. At the same time, we also understand that we want to give enough time for the nominees to write a good nomination form, but I agree here that where do you put or where do you draw the line? Yeah, thank you.
Do we have any new comments? New comment from the Euro Secretary.
Thank you for the floor. Lieke IPSF Euro Secretary. Right now, the motion ends with this motion shall be achieved by the 73rd General Assembly. It can be changed to this motion shall be achieved immediately, because once it's been, like if it's accepted at the GA, they will make the amendments immediately and then send out the new, like the revised official documents. So you can propose the amendment if you agree. Thank you.
Technical from seconder.
Yeah. Marlon, KMPC in the Netherlands, thank you for the floor. So we agree with the comment made by the IPSF Euro Secretary. So we would like to propose to amend the motion to read this 15th IPSF European Regional Assembly. We propose the following motion to the 72nd. Motion to the 72nd. IPSF General Assembly. This is 72nd General Assembly. Amends the standing orders of the official documents, Articles 10.3.1 and 10.3.2, to read as follows. 10.3.1. The Secretary General of another individual appointed by the Executive Committee shall accept nomination forms for Executive Committee positions no later than midnight of the 7th day preceding the elections. 10.3.2. The Secretary or another individual appointed by the Regional Working Group shall accept nomination forms for Regional Working Group positions no later than midnight of the 7th day preceding the elections. This motion shall be achieved immediately and shall not be reviewed.
A new comment from BPSA, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Thank you for the floor. Polly, BPSA, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Looking at the way this has been discussed, I agree that this feels like a reasonable deadline. Could a consideration be made to reviewing it at next year's General Assembly to see whether it had the required benefit for ODs?
Direct from Campus Sweden.
Thank you, KMPC in the Netherlands. Marlon, KMPC in the Netherlands. So, thank you for the comment. However, as this motion would call for an amendment of the official documents, that would then have to be changed again at the General Assembly afterwards if the results are not as intended, which would require just a lot of administrative work and discussing and voting, etc., etc. So in the traditional sense, you can't review it like that. But we do think that there is, of course, the discussion at the General Assembly itself that's going to happen before this motion will be accepted and will go into full effect. So if there are other viewpoints which were outside of our region that are relevant, they will be discussed there anyways.
Do I have any new comments? I see none. Do we have new comments? New comment from APF Portugal.
Margarida APF Portugal, thank you for the floor. Before voting, we just like to say that the official documents state that the call should be released at least 1 month prior. So it doesn't necessarily reduce the time for submitting applications. So we just feel like everybody should be informed of that before proceeding to voting. Thank you.
Do we have any new comments? I see none. Therefore, I close the floor for discussion. Now we can proceed to voting for the motion which reads, this is the 15th IPSF European Regional Assembly will propose the following motion to the 72nd IPSF General Assembly. This is the 72nd General IPSF General Assembly amends the standing orders of the official documents, Articles 10.3.1 and 10.3.2 to read as follows. 10.3.1, the Secretary General or another individual appointed by the Executive Committee shall accept nomination forms for Executive Committee positions no longer than midnight of the 7th day preceding the elections. 10.3.2, the Secretary or another individual by the Regional Working Group shall accept nomination forms for the Regional Working Group positions no longer than the midnight of the 7th day preceding the elections. This motion shall be achieved immediately. All of those against? All of those abstain? With 0 votes against, 0 votes abstain, 20 votes for, motion carried unanimously. We can proceed with the next motion. Now we can proceed with the next motion, which is this is the 15th IPSF Euro Regional Assembly mandates the Euro Regional Working Group to review and amend the existing IPSF Euro financial templates, including for budget proposal of Euro, including an additional column presenting the final financial reports from the previous mandate for the intermediate financial report of the European Regional Symposium, including an additional column presenting the approved budget proposal for the respective event. This motion shall be achieved continuously starting from the 1st of October 2026. Now I will give the floor to proposer and seconder for their speeches, but you can remain seated since for the other motions as well. If we have, for example, PPSA who, if she comes to the podium, she will lose her voting rights. So for the rest of the motions, you can give your speech at your seat. So now I will give the floor to the proposer.
Margarida APF Portugal.
Could you please stand up and yeah.
Margarida APF Portugal, thank you for the floor. Before starting, I would just like to need some clarification on what was discussed before about the amendments. Would we take care of that later? Okay, so we would like to inform the Assembly that the rationale behind this motion is to ensure consistency across all financial documents, since some of them already have changes really similar to the ones we are proposing here. We believe that including relevant financial information from previous mandates in newly released reports will facilitate comparisons over time, and it will provide greater context making it easier for all of these to identify and understand the adjustments made from one mandate to the other. And this is our explanation. We would be happy to answer to any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Now I give the floor to seconder for their speech.
I'm Marko for the Szyfasy Slovenia, and thank you for the floor. We second like this motion because we think that with this motion we will achieve more like this logical and comprehensible like financial like this report, and it will be easier to like identify and address the like these deviations. And this is especially important in financial like these matters where like this clarity and accountability are essential. And for these reasons, we encourage the regional assembly to support this motion. Thank you.
Now I open the floor for discussion. New comment from KPSV, the Netherlands.
Thank you, Marlon KPC Netherlands. So first of all, we'd like to thank Apath and the Shyfse for this motion as we agree and support it. What we would maybe propose to add is that the other financial documents are treated in the same way. So for the Euro budget, that will also include like the final results of like the previous year. And for the intermediate budget to have the budget in it, and for the final financial report to have the results of the final financial report of the last year. Just so you have something to compare it with in one glance. Thank you.
Direct comment from Antep, Portugal.
Margarida of Portugal, thank you for the floor. I'm not sure if we, since you mentioned many specific changes, maybe these aren't all already in the financial templates that have been used recently, but we checked every single one of them separately to ensure that we were proposing the changes to the ones that didn't have specific comparisons, and the other ones already had comparisons. For example, the other final reports or intermediate reports already had a column for the budget. These were the two that were lacking. That's why we wanted to ensure consistency among all financial documents.
New comment from Anne France.
Chloé Annep France, thank you for the floor. For the first point about the budget proposal for the URA, the additional column presenting the financial reports from the previous mandate might be like adding too much information and maybe complicating the thing. And also, like, you don't have to compare the previous event. So we feel like it's not something that should be added, because also if people want to look at it, they can just go in the previous document and look at it, but it's not something that must be here or should be here to our point of view. Thank you. So yes, we might propose a motion to vote separately if it's possible. No, because like, can we do a motion to vote it separately? Thank you.
Margarida Pef.
Point of information from Motions Committee.
Validity Motions Committee, yes, you can propose an amendment. If the proposer and seconder agree with the amendment, the amendment is done and they continue as proposer and seconder. If they do not agree with the amendment, you can propose still the amendment, and the motion becomes proposed by Anne France, and you need a seconder for it as well. Thank you.
Direct comment from APF Portugal.
Margarida PF Portugal, thank you for the floor. As we were writing this motion, we discussed if that column would be necessary for that document specifically. The reason why we still decided to include it is because even though these two documents will always be approved during the same array, especially for new ODs that aren't very familiar with financial documents, we feel like it would be easier to compare them directly in the same document, having two columns next to one another. From one mandate to another, we feel like the changes that usually are proposed are directly related to the previous mandate. So we feel like this comparison would be beneficial for the analysis of the newly proposed documents.
New comment from KMPSV, the Netherlands.
Thank you, Lucinda, KMPSV the Netherlands. I would like to ask if review and amend existing templates also includes that the budget proposals and have like a template for themselves, because the budget proposals, for example, the years do not have a template how they should be filled in, so they can differ from year to year how they look like. And if you then compare them in one budget for the next event, that will be a bit difficult to compare if the budget looks very different. I hope that's clear. Thank you.
Clarification from APF Portugal.
Margarida PF Portugal, thank you for the floor. I'm not really sure if this is a clarification, but from our understanding, there is a template, and I feel like last array, it was also discussed because the template wasn't being used. But if the RWG could maybe clarify if there is. I believe that maybe the template includes the columns, but not the lines, so they could add additional lines from event to event, but I would like some clarification.
Azra, chairperson, as a point of information, we have a financial report template from the IPSF Global, which has the income and the expenses part, but they can specify the things they want to put into incomes and expenses part. So this is how the template is. Thank you. Do we have any new comments? And new comment from the secretary.
Lieke, IPSF Euro Secretary. So the format of the motion is not right as it is now because it contains dashes, and so I would like to ask the proposer and seconder to rephrase it so there's no bullet points or dashes or whatever you want to call it. Thank you.
Do you agree with the amendment? New comment, direct from APF Portugal.
Margarida PF Portugal, are we supposed to then read the amendment? Okay, can we proceed? The 15th IPSF European Regional Assembly mandates the IPSF Euro Regional Working Group to review and amend the existing IPSF Euro financial templates. The changes shall include an additional column in the European Regional Symposium final financial report, presenting the final financial report from the previous mandate, add an additional column in the European Regional Symposium intermediate financial report, presenting the approved budget proposal for the respective event. This motion shall be achieved continuously, starting from the 1st of October 2026. I believe that the word "be" is missing. This motion shall be achieved continuously.
Technical.
Lieke, IPSF Euro Secretary, it should also be preceded by this, the 15th IPSF European Regional Assembly.
Margarida Pef, Portugal. Should I reread it with the word this in it? So, clarification
you-
before reading, is it this, the 15th? Okay.
Can you, thank you.
This, the 15th IPSF European Regional Assembly mandates the IPSF Euro Regional Working Group to review and amend the existing IPSF Euro financial templates. The changes shall include an additional column in the European Regional Symposium final financial report presenting the final financial report from the previous mandate, and an additional column in the European Regional Symposium intermediate financial report presenting the approved budget proposal for the respective event. This motion shall be achieved continuously starting from the 1st of October 2026.
Technical from KPSV, the Netherlands.
Oh, was it procedural? Procedural? Or? Oh, yeah. I see.
Doesn't technical have more priority than?
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Marlon KMPC in the Netherlands. As we've now had some motions which were not worded like properly, we would like to ask the opinion of the RWG to postpone the handling the rest of the motions until after this session, so we move it to the next session and do the reviewing of the motions on force immediately after this, so that there will be time in the coffee break to amend the motions. Or would that not be beneficial for you guys? To add to that, in that way, the proposing secretary can immediately call for an amendment to the motion, because then they already know what kind of amendments need to be made. If you understand what I mean.
Then can you comment from the secretary?
Lika, IPSF Euro Secretary. Can the motions committee confirm if I'm right that since the motions have been submitted the way that they are, that every amendment should be discussed with RA, right? Okay, yeah, thank you. So unfortunately, we cannot do that.
Procedural motion by Anne France.
Chloé Annep France, we would like to propose the motion to vote on the motion in parts, the motion 4.1.6.f, sorry. And we would like to separate from the rest for the budget proposal of the UA, including an additional column presenting the final financial report from the previous mandate.
Do we have a seconder? Seconded by CPSA Croatia. All of those against? I open the floor for discussion for the procedural motion. I see no new comments. Oh, great. Okay. Is this new or not? Is this a new? Can you? It's direct. Yeah, but when did she submit it? No, I just want to confirm that this yeah, so yeah, I did. But Uh, Okay. Yeah. Any comment from Euro Secretary?
No. Thank you, Chair, for the floor. Leak IPSF Euro Secretary. Apologies for taking this time. It's kind of a new situation. We would like to get a clarification from Anne France if the motivation for splitting the motion is to eventually vote against a part of the motion. Thank you. Um,
Direct from Portugal.
Margarida PF Portugal. The motion still needs to be amended. I raised a technical, I'm not sure if that's what I was supposed to, but maybe that would change the course of action. So I don't know if it should be amended again before we proceed with the procedural motion. Oh, so basically, can I?
A point of or information from Motions Committee.
Validated Motions Committee. So since basically we already started the procedural motion, the MOs have to vote against the procedural motion. So ANEP should ask for an amendment to APEF's motion. So they sorry? Okay, so hypothetically, do this. So basically, I lost track of my thinking. So basically, we already started like a procedural motion. So for us to continue with an amendment to the original motion of APEF, the MOs would have to vote upon this procedural motion to split the motions in part, because basically this is some sort of kind of gray area, because basically if this motion is split in two, it kind of is not like APEF's motion anymore. So the correct way to do it would be to ask for an amendment to the motion. APEF would vote, APEF and the Shifastil would say if they agree or not with the amendment. If not, ANEP could propose that amendment, and so it would happen like what I explained before. So yeah.
Direct from Campus with the Netherlands.
Thank you. Lucinda, KMP's for the Netherlands. I think if APEF gives a new comment clarifying what the amendment would be, ANEP could maybe drop the procedural motion. I would.
Point of information from Motions Committee.
Validity Motions Committee, procedural motions cannot be amended, so we would have to vote upon the the MOs would have to vote upon the procedural motion.
Direct from Anne France.
Chloe and France, but wouldn't it be better if I like easier if I dropped my procedural motion? No, it doesn't work.
You can't drop the procedural motion.
Okay, thank you.
Direct from Campus with the dropped. New comment from APEF Portugal.
Margarida PF Portugal. I believe this comment was way back in the discussion, but I will still take this time, if possible, to clarify what the amendment would be. Is that okay? Or no? I feel like this comment was before this initial discussion, so.
Yeah. You can. Yeah, I was also going to
Before
point of
voting the
information, motions.
motion in parts, I would clarify what the amendment would be after voting the motion in parts.
Point of information from motions committee.
But we just said that we cannot split the motion. So
Can you will you give the point of information to APEF or do you need more time? No, but Mensch, you shouldn't.
Yeah, I need to return it. Maybe discuss it in the open, like it is because she's not motions. Maybe we should do some motions because I think everyone is lost. It's not others motion. Exactly. Is it because they sent it? Everyone is confused how that is happening. So we have to go about just the right motion. Yeah, that's when they should go to another motion. We can't use it until we vote, so they need to we have to vote against and then we can continue. And then I will
Yeah. Motions committee. Motions committee.
Morton Motions Committee. We think the right procedure path forward is that we need to clear the procedural motion because we have started it and we should have dropped it before we started it. That's the only way, but now we have to vote on it. The correct or easiest way to proceed would be to vote against this procedural motion and then make an amendment afterwards that we can agree upon. If that
Yeah, I would
makes
like
sense.
to assess the floor with
Thank
if
you.
they agree or not. Can I see green lights, red lights? I see mostly green lights. Direct comment from Napsar Serbia, dropped. New comment from KMPSV the Netherlands, dropped. New comment from the Symposium Slovenia, dropped. I see no new comments, therefore we can proceed with the voting for the procedural motion. All of those against, raise them at the same time, at high. Keep them high at the sky.
Please keep them up. Thank you.
Scrutineers, please count the votes separately, not together. All of those in 4. With 20 votes against, 0 votes for, motion is rejected. Now we can continue with the current motion. I open the floor for discussion. Technical from APF Portugal.
Margarida Pef, Portugal. I'd like to propose an amendment to the motion. Can I read the amendment? One second. The 15th IPSF European Regional Assembly mandates the IPSF Euro Regional Working Group to review and amend the existing IPSF Euro financial templates. The changes shall include an additional column in the European Regional Office final financial report, presenting the final financial report from the previous mandate, and an additional column in the European Regional Symposium intermediate financial report, presenting the approved budget proposal for the respective event. This motion shall be achieved continuously, starting from the 1st of October 2026. Can I also... was it again?
Clarification.
Lieke IPSF Euro Secretary, can you clarify if you want the regional office reports to include an extra column?
Yes, the amendment was in the first part of the motion, instead of the word symposium, it would be office. So the intent, can I? The intent
Can you
would be,
please stand up?
the intent would be for the European regional offices' final financial budget to be comparable with the last mandates, not the symposium, since the symposium's budgets can differ a lot between countries. We are just trying to compare the region's budget with the budget from the previous year. So that is a change.
Can you ask for her to read it again?
Can you please read it again for us to type it to parliamentarian?
Margarida Pef, Portugal. This, the 15th IPSF European Regional Assembly, mandates the IPSF Euro Regional Working Group to review and amend the existing IPSF Euro financial templates. The changes shall include an additional column in the European Regional Office final financial report, presenting the final financial report from the previous mandate, and an additional column in the European Regional Symposium intermediate financial report, presenting the approved budget proposal for the respective events. This motion shall be achieved continuously starting from the 1st of October 2026.
Could you please confirm if it's correct? Direct comment from ANEP France.
Chloé ANEP France, thank you for the floor. We feel like the amendment doesn't really change what we said because everything that we said still applies. So I don't know if we can still like vote it separately or... Oh no, just this. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Direct comment from APF Portugal.
Margarida Pef, Portugal, thank you for the floor. So to also remind the Assembly and ask a clarification from ANEP France. We believe that the comment that they raised previously was,
Are you directing the direct?
yeah.
Then you should raise a new comment first.
So should I?
Yeah. I can take it as a new comment, but it is you can't direct the direct. So yeah, you can continue.
Okay, Margarida Pé, Portugal. To clarify the situation, the comment that was raised before by ANEP France, we believe, was about the document potentially becoming too dense and it not being necessary to add the column, correct? And previously I answered that our intention was for especially new ODs to be able to analyze the same document directly instead of having to open the other document to compare.
Clarification from CPSA Croatia.
Thank you, Imna CPSA Croatia. Why we wanted to propose this to be voted separately is because it stated first to compare ERAS budget in two different countries. And as we have seen from ERAS in Turkey and in the Netherlands, it's very, very different overall and on individual points. So there's not really much point to compare them. But now, as it's no longer about the ERS, but our RWG budget, we don't need to do that anymore.
Direct comment from APEF Portugal. Drop. Direct comment from the Symposium Slovenia.
Thank you for the floor, Pia Dešava Slovenia. I don't quite understand the comment from CPSA Croatia because nowhere in this motion does it compare reports from two different countries. It only compares approved budget proposal to financial report for the same event.
So this was a clarification, I think, but I will take it as clarification. Do you want to answer? Okay, CPSA Croatia.
So to answer, Imna CPSA Croatia, it was changed. It was changed just now.
Look at her.
The amendment is that we no longer compare budgets from two RSs.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
New comment from the Euro Secretary.
Thank you, Chair, for the floor. There has been quite some amendments and the discussion has been going on for a while. So we would like to open the final financial reports from 2025 this year. So you can visualize what APEF means. Maybe that will help in deciding your opinions and it will speed up the discussion. Green cards if you would like to see that. Okay. So here is the budget, and I don't want to speak for APEF, but I think you mean you want an extra column left of the budget 2025 that reflects the final financial report of 2024. Okay, thank you. And now maybe you can ask questions if it's still unclear. Thank you.
Do I have any new comments? I see new comment from BPH Germany.
Yeah, Omid BPH Germany. So kind of a point, kind of a clarification. Has the problem been alleviated with this amendment, or is there still a problem with this motion? Thank you.
Direct comment from CPSA Croatia, and please also use the parliamentarian system.
Thank you, Ivna CPSA Croatia. So the problem has been solved by this second amendment.
Are there any new comments?
Point of information.
Point of information from
Mandatory IPSF president would like to speak on based on my experience as a chairperson of Asia Pacific Regional Office.
Yes, sure.
Just for your information, the financial template from for each regional office usually have the tab of the year before, the final financial report of the year before, immediate financial report of 2020, like let's say this year 2026, and then they also have the budget proposal of the 2027 on the same template. So that's the point of information I would like to provide, that the regional offices that has been existed, and therefore it would be entirely up to the RA whether that could be removed because it's been the practice, and Euro could decide to do that following the practices. Thank you.
Azra chairperson, point of information. So at our chairperson drive, we have this budget finances sheet with the previous years. So I can see the previous years, but what has been submitted to RA is just like one sheet with the this and just like the information on these years. But the chairperson can see the previous years. So, but like RA doesn't get that information. Are there any new comments? I see none. Therefore, I close the floor for discussion. Now we can proceed to voting for the motion, which is the 15th IPSF European Regional Assembly mandates IPSF Euro Regional Working Group to review and amend the existing IPSF Euro financial templates. The changes shall include an additional column to the European Regional Office final financial report presenting the final financial report from the previous mandate, and an additional column in the European Regional Symposium intermediate financial report presenting the approved budget proposal for the respective event. This motion shall be achieved continuously starting from the 1st of October 2026. All of those against? All those who abstain? With 0 votes against, 0 votes abstain, 20 votes for, motion carried unanimously. Now we can continue with the suspended standing orders. So I have a proposal proposed by Campus with the Netherlands. So I have a second by Anne France. All of those against? With 0 votes against, 20 votes for, motion carried unanimously. Now we can proceed with the roll call.
Scrutineers, please get ready to collect the voting cards from AFIP Austria, CPSA Croatia, CZPSA Czech Republic. FIPSA Finland, ANA France, BPHD Germany, ASAP Switzerland, vote delegated to BPHD Germany, KNPSV the Netherlands, SOP Denmark, vote delegated to KNPSV the Netherlands, NOPSA Norway, SNAP Sweden, vote delegated to NOPSA Norway, PPSA Poland, APEF Portugal, FASFOR Romania, NEPSR Serbia, SPSA Slovakia, DSHFSA Slovenia, FEF Spain, TPAYC Turkey, and BPSA United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Please be seated. Thank you. Now, now we will begin with the roll call.
Scrutineers, please get ready to give the voting cards to AFIP Austria, CPSA Croatia, CCPSA Czech Republic, FIPSA Finland, ANEP France, BPHD Germany, ASIP Switzerland, vote delegated to BPHD Germany, KNPSV the Netherlands, SOP Denmark, vote delegated to KNPSV the Netherlands, NOPSA Norway, SNAP Sweden, vote delegated to NOPSA Norway, BPSA Poland, APEF Portugal, FASFOR Romania, NAPSR Serbia, SPSA Slovakia, DUSHFSA Slovenia, FEF Spain, TPA YC Turkey, and BPSA United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Please, scrutineers, come to the front and count the votes. Thank you, scrutineers. 20 full members present and voting.
Now we will continue with resuming the standing orders. Do I have a proposal proposed by KNPSV the Netherlands? Do I have a seconder second by NF France? All of those against. With 0 votes against, 20 votes for, motion carried unanimously. Now we will continue with the next motion, which reads, this is the 15th IPSF European Regional Assembly mandates IPSF Euro Region Working Group 2026-2027 to conduct an investigation into the strategic direction of region projects portfolio. The investigation shall evaluate the current portfolio, provide recommendations on which initiatives should be maintained, merged, or discontinued, which initiatives have the potential to become flagship IPSF Euro events, and how they can further be developed to strengthen the region's identity. Whatever the portfolio should place greater emphasis on directly organizing the regional initiatives or on empowering member organizations to organize them at the national and local levels, including recommendations on how the support can be enhanced. The outcome of this investigation shall be shared with the contact persons by the 30th of June 2027 and presented for discussion during the 16th IPSF European Regional Assembly. Now I give the floor to proposer for their speech.
Margarida APF Portugal, thank you, Chair, for the floor. We'd like to explain the rationale behind our motion. We believe that the RPO portfolio may be reaching a point of stagnation. Throughout this mandate, an investigation was conducted and most of the key challenges have already been identified, but this process should not stop at this stage. The region should now focus on developing a more structured identity for the portfolio by defining its priorities and establishing a clear strategic direction for its future development. Thank you.
Now I give the floor to seconder for their speech.
Thank you, Marlon KNPC in the Netherlands. We are in full support of this motion and agree with the motivation given by APEF Portugal. What we would primarily love to see is to have like a very clear vision of what the portfolio is going to do and what the priorities are within the portfolio so they can best address the needs of the region. We do feel like a great extent to this has already been made through the PD investigation feedback form. But this investigation would additionally aid to also give future direction to the portfolio next to the points that are already stated in the Euro annex to the strategic plan. Thank you.
Now I open the floor for discussion. Leave comment from the Euro Secretary.
Thank you, Chair, for the floor. Leak IPSF Euro Secretary. So, like with the previous motion, this motion needs to be rephrased so that we get rid of the dashes. Thank you.
Does the new comment from APEF Portugal?
Margarida APF Portugal, thank you for the floor. May I read the amendment version? The 15th IPSF European Regional Assembly mandates the IPSF Euro Regional Working Group to conduct an investigation into the strategic direction of the regional projects portfolio. The investigation shall evaluate the current portfolio and provide recommendations on which initiatives should be maintained, merged, or discontinued, which initiatives have the potential to become flagship IPSF Euro events, and how they can be further developed to strengthen the region's identity. Whether the portfolio should place greater emphasis on directly organizing regional initiatives or on empowering member organizations to organize them at the national and local levels, including recommendations on how this support can be enhanced. The outcome of this investigation shall be shared with contact persons by 30th of June 2027 and presented for discussion during the 16th IPSF European Regional Assembly. This motion shall be achieved immediately and shall not be reviewed.
A new comment from BPSA United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Thank you for the floor. Polly, BPSA, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. This is a great motion, and BPSA is more than happy to stand behind it. I would just like to ask whether there was a consideration in suggesting how, or more like what type of feedback should be collected in terms of whether they want just opinions from opinions or suggestions, and who the feedback will be collected from. So is it feedback collected from CPs to be presented to CPs, or is there going to be wider involvement? We were also hoping to query how feedback from individual members of the European Regional Group would be collected for this. Thank you.
Are there any new comments? And new comment from APF Portugal.
Margarida, APF Portugal, would we be able to have inter-delegation time to discuss with our seconders before answering?
Yes, you're allowed to have. You have 3 minutes. Okay. New comment, direct comment from APF Portugal.
Margarida, APF Portugal, thank you for the floor. We agree with the recommendation that was just given. However, we feel like the motion is already quite dense and specific. We believe that the candidate elected and the RWG will be able to conduct this motion in the best way possible. So we would leave that for their interpretation. However, we do agree with your suggestions. That's the way that it could be conducted, and we encourage you to recommend it directly to the RWG. Thank you.
Are there any new comments? I see none. Therefore, I close the floor for discussion. Now we can proceed voting for the motion, which is the 15 IPSF Regional Assembly mandates the IPSF Euro Region Working Group to conduct an investigation into the strategic direction of the region projects portfolio. The investigation shall evaluate the current portfolio and provide recommendations on which initiatives should be maintained, merged, or discontinued, which initiatives have the potential to become flagship IPSF Euro events, and how they can be further developed to the Schengen region's identity. Whatever the portfolio should place greater emphasis on directly organizing regional initiatives or on empowering member organizations to organize them at the national and local levels, including recommendations on how this support can be enhanced. The outcome of this investigation shall be shared with contact persons by 30th of June 2027 and presented during the 16th IPSF European Regional Assembly. This motion shall be achieved immediately and shall not be reviewed. All of those against? All of those who abstain? With 0 votes against, 0 votes abstain, and 20 votes for, motion carried unanimously. Now we can proceed with the next motion, which receives the 15th IPSF European Regional Assembly mandates the IPSF Euro Region Working Group to collect feedback on the bi-monthly updates, the RWG annual plans, RWG progress reports through a dedicated spreadsheet. This spreadsheet shall be subsequently be used by the respondent and receive feedback. This motion shall be achieved from the 1st of October and shall be reviewed at the 16th IPSF European Regional Assembly. Now I give the floor to proposer for their speech.
Thank you, Lucinda. Can you please read, Lucinda, the proposer? Can you please read the proposer? No, proposer. We would like to propose this motion to make the communication of the bi-monthly updates more efficient. Currently, the feedback and responses to this feedback are given through a mail thread where you respond to all. This makes keeping track of the questions and answers more difficult. By creating a dedicated spreadsheet for feedback and responses to this feedback, everything will be collected in one place and easier to oversee what is asked and what been answered. We propose this timeline because it coincides with the start of the new mandate. And thank you for your consideration.
Now I give the floor to seconder for their speech.
Margarida PF Portugal, thank you for the floor. We are seconding this motion because we believe it is in line with the discussions that have been had during this assembly. These changes would allow for more organization and reduce the email overload and overall help the region's organization and the regional secretary's work during the future mandates.
Now I open the floor for discussion. Technical from the secretary.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for the floor. Lika IPSF Euro Secretary, I would like to ask the proposer and amender if they agree if I make some technical amendments regarding capitalization of some terms, because I would like to remain consistent. So I would capitalize bi-monthly updates, annual plans, and progress reports, as well as adding 2026 to 1st of October.
Thank you for the floor. Omid, PhD Germany.
Please, I still didn't give the floor.
Sorry.
Does the proposer and seconder agrees with the current changes? Okay. Now I give the floor to BPHD Germany.
Thank you for the floor. Omid, BPHD Germany. We can only speak up our support for this motion we see this as a larger development in an initiative to clean up email traffic. I think this is beneficial for everyone working within IPSF. And in regards to the spreadsheet system, we are also using this as BPHD for questions to our reports. And we can only recommend this as we see the proof of concept. It works great. Thank you.
New comment from BPSA United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Thank you for the floor. Poly BPSA, United Kingdom of Great Britain, Northern Ireland. This is a great motion because it will clear up email traffic for CPs and allow them more time to catch up with communications. I was hoping to query, since this is a spreadsheet system that's been used elsewhere, whether there is a possibility for anonymous feedback to be given. With kind of a traditional Excel, you always have the ability to see who's last edited a cell and its history. So even if not signing a name, it's still possible to track feedback back. So if there was a hope for an anonymous feedback process, would this support this? Thank you.
Yeah, I know. Direct comment from KPSV, the Netherlands.
Thank you, Marlon, KPC Netherlands. So we'd like to respond to the comment made by BPSA. And as of right now, we currently don't really make use of anonymous responses to feedback. Everything is out in the open. And I think it would be like a very different discussion if we were to discuss the topic of introducing that. So to keep to this discussion and this motion, we would not like to add that to the conversation, but it could be discussed in another discussion. Thank you.
New comment from Napsar, Serbia.
Thank you for the floor, Katerina Napsar, Serbia. I just wanted to ask for clarification if this spreadsheet would be like one spreadsheet with three different tabs for every document, or will it be like three different spreadsheets? Thank you.
Direct from KPSV, the Netherlands.
Thank you, Marlon KPC Netherlands. To clarify, what we what we envision for this is that would be one spreadsheet with multiple tabs. So per document being discussed or bi-monthly update, it would be a separate tab, but with the same setup. So that would include like the portfolios, then a room for the organization to put in their question, and then a separate column to for the RWG to give an answer to that. That's like what we foresaw with this. Yeah, thank you.
Do we have any new comments? I see none, therefore, okay, sorry. A new comment from the KPSV, the Netherlands.
Thank you, Marlon KPC Netherlands. What we were, what came to our mind just now was that feedback to the face-to-face meeting minutes and the CP meeting minutes are also being discussed in a very similar way to the documents that we already put into this motion. How would the RA feel about adding that to the motion as well, so that we could discuss it in a similar way? Thank you.
You can use green cards or red lights to maybe, or you can propose a new comment also. Yeah, but they agree. Okay, so technical from KPSV, the Netherlands.
Thank you, Marlon KPC Netherlands. Given that we saw mostly green cards, we would like to amend the motion to read the 15th IPSF European Regional Assembly mandates the IPSF European Regional Working Group to collect feedback on the bi-monthly updates, the RWG annual plans, the RWG progress reports, the Euro CP meetings, and the what was it? Face-to-face meeting minutes to dedicated spreadsheet. The spreadsheet shall subsequently be used to respond to the received feedback. This motion shall be achieved by the 1st of October 2026 and shall be reviewed at the 16th IPSF European Regional Assembly. Thank you.
Does the seconder agrees with the change? Okay. Could you confirm that it's correct? Okay. Are there any new comments? New comment from BPH Germany.
Thank you for the floor, BPH Germany. This is no priority, and I think like the general efficacy of our work is more important, but it has just been a thought that has come up with the whole idea of making it anonymous. Do we have to keep track of who comments what for the CP awards, don't we? Because I believe that's how CP, or at least activity, is tracked. Also, I believe that goes into the awards, and I think that makes who wrote what actually quite important. Thank you.
Direct from the chairperson. Yes, we have the awards criteria on the reply to the emails and the questions sent to the RWG for bi-monthly updates or the minutes. So we need to keep track. Are there any new comments? I see none. Therefore, I close the floor for discussion. Now we will proceed to voting for the motion, which raises the 15th IPSF European Regional Assembly mandates the IPSF Euro Regional Working Group to collect on the bi-monthly updates, the RWG annual plans, the RWG reports, the Euro CP meeting minutes, face-to-face meeting minutes, truly a dedicated spreadsheet. This spreadsheet shall subsequently be used to respond to receive feedback. This motion shall be achieved from the 1st of October 2026 and shall be reviewed at the 16th IPSF European Regional Assembly. All of those against? All of those abstain? With 0 votes against, 0 votes abstain, 20 votes in favor, motion carried unanimously. We will now proceed to the next motion, which is the 15 IPSF European Regional Assembly mandates the regional SEP coordinator to conduct evaluations of student exchange officers within the European region and rank the top 3 SCOs based on their overall engagement with regional SEP coordinator, the quality and the consistency of their general communication, their communication regarding student exchange program. These assessments should be done as the extension of the one-to-one meetings that are a part of regional SEP coordinator's role. We recommend a frequency of 3 monthly. This regional evaluation shall only influence the best SEO of Euro Award and shall not affect the global SEO ranking. This motion shall be implemented immediately and reviewed at the 16th IPSF European Regional Assembly. Now I give the floor to proposer for their speech.
Thank you, Chair, for the floor. Dilan TPAYC Türkiye. This motion was proposed by the aim of giving the newly created regional SAP coordinator a clear role in the regional evaluation process. With the creation of this new role, TPAYC believes that giving this coordinator a clear role in the regional evaluation process is necessary. This would improve direct engagement between the coordinator and CEOs, improve communication between them, and ensure that this engagement has a clear and transparent impact on the best CEO of Euro ranking. Since the regional SAP coordinator is a role created within our regional office, we believe that the coordinator's contribution should affect only the regional ranking and shouldn't influence the global SEO ranking. We consider this approach fairer and more consistent with the structure of the role. This version you can see on the screen has been updated. The main idea remains the same. same, but in the new version, the RWG will be responsible for developing the evaluation criteria. The SEC will have the opportunity to review them and give feedback, and the final criteria will be shared with all CEOs. The regional SAP coordinator will track the evaluations rather than independently ranking the top three CEOs. We also removed that the direct link to one-to-one meetings and the proposed 3-month frequency. Immediately after this speech, an amendment will be requested. Thank you.
Thank you for the floor. Polly, BPSA, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. This is a motion that we were very happy to be approached about seconding. It grants authority to this new subcommittee position that's been approved by this regional assembly, and it ensures that student exchange officers are held accountable for interacting with this position that's been created for their benefit. It also creates an opportunity for them to receive feedback on their communication and their work, and will work to actively improve and benefit student exchange within our region. And it will also play a role in identifying student exchange officers that need support, but also recognizing student exchange officers that are going above and beyond in their role. Thank you so much. And if you have any thoughts on this, we would love to hear them. Thank you.
Now I open the floor for discussion. Uh, yeah, okay, Niv, please use the parliamentarian system. New comment from Anne France.
Emily Annette France, thank you for the floor. We don't believe it's necessary to do this, to be honest, because for us being SEO, sorry, is about helping pharmacy students, not winning prizes. And to be honest, there are already enough prizes we find, and we just think it adds unnecessary things. Thank you.
Technical from your secretary.
Thank you for the floor, Chair. Lieke, IPSF Euro Secretary. I have received an amended version of the motion, so I think it's most productive if we first take the amendment and then we can discuss the motion as it's meant, if that's okay. Let me change that. Thank you.
You can see the amended version on the screen, which reads, this is the 15th IPSF European Regional Assembly mandates your region working group to evaluate student exchange officer, SCOs, within the European region based on their engagement, the quality and consistency of their communication and their communication regarding the student exchange program. The RWG shall investigate and establish evaluation criteria before the criteria are finalized. The student exchange committee shall be given opportunity to review and propose criteria and provide feedback. The final evaluation criteria shall be shared with all SCOs no later than 1st November 2026. The regional SEP coordinator shall track these evaluations. The evaluation shall only be used to determine best SCO Euro award and shall not affect the global SCO ranking. This motion shall be implemented immediately and reviewed at the 16th IPSF European Regional Assembly. Now I will take the new comment from BP. Direct comment from BPSA, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, dropped. New comment from ANEP France, dropped. New comment from KPSV, the Netherlands.
Thank you, Marlon KPC, the Netherlands. So we want to inquire with the RWG, or if possible, maybe with the IPSF president, if this practice would align with what is done in other regions, as we wanted to have a better understanding of how common it is for there to be a position on in the regional team that evaluates the performance of student exchange officers. Thank you.
New comment, direct comment from Ms. Manchuri, IPSF president.
Manchuri, IPSF president, I would like to never mind, I was president-elect, so I would speak on behalf of the position of IPSF president. What the practice within the regional office on the criteria is highly different from the global office. The practice should be that the criteria for the regional award shall be shared with the member organization prior to the mandate start, or no later than December of each mandate year, and therefore the awardee or the member organization can track that according to the established criteria system. And therefore, if ever the region decided to have a proper channel of having an SEO criteria or best SEO per month, then the suggestion could be that the regional office can take after the global criteria and see what can be fit under the regional establishment. And the suggestion could be that this criteria can be shared with the SEO in a room for the co-designing criteria and officially release it according to the date on the motion. Thank you.
New comment from campus, clarification from campus with the Netherlands.
Thank you, Marlon KPC, Netherlands. So to summarize and paraphrase it a little bit, what the IPSF president means is that in general, it is more so that the regional functionary on SEP takes the global criteria and interprets it to the regional priorities, and not so much that this function would really evaluate the performance of student exchange officers. Is that correct?
Direct comment from IPSF president.
Manchuri, IPSF president. To address this question is that the regional awards, it's a sole decision of the regional working group where it has to be transparent. And what to be proposed is that the regional award is not entitled to the global award, which means the global office do have global best SEO in practice. And if
Could you please look at here instead of Marlon?
I'm not looking at him though.
You were.
Inclusive. Yes. So in the sense that we are, I would like to suggest that because the RWG do have the autonomy of designing the criteria, and therefore what I could give you as an example is that permission to speak as the chairperson of Asia Pacific Regional Office.
Yes.
Thank you. Back in 2024, we adopted the global ranking where the best SEO of April 2024 was according to the global criteria with the decision made by the RWG. However, the following year in 2025, the region has decided to come up with their own criteria and made a decision based on that. And that's the most I can answer for now, and happy to clarify. Thank you.
Technical from the secretary.
Thank you for the floor, Chair. Lieke IPSF Euro Secretary. The beginning of the motion should be this the, and at the end it's reads this motion shall be implemented immediately, should be shall be achieved immediately. I would like to ask proposer and seconder if they agree. Okay, thank you. And chairperson also made me aware that it should be no later than the 1st of November to also stay in line with how we, yeah, thank you.
Does the proposer and the seconder agrees with the amendments? Okay. So the amended version is that this is the 15th IPSF European Regional Assembly mandates your region working group to evaluate student exchange officers within the European region based on their engagement, the culture and consistency of the communication and their communication regarding the student exchange program. The RWG shall investigate and establish evaluation criteria. Before the criteria are finalized, the Student Exchange Committee shall be given opportunity to review and propose criteria and provide feedback. The final evaluation criteria shall be shared with all SEOs no later than the 1st of November 2026. The region SEP coordinator shall track these evaluations. The evaluation shall only be used to determine best SEO of Euro Award and shall not affect the global SEO ranking. This motion shall be achieved immediately and reviewed at the 16th European Regional Assembly. New comment from Anne France.
Chloé France, thank you for the floor. I'm afraid that this would take some more time, so I would like to ask to the regional working group if you think that you would have the time, because I know you have many things to do and it's something that's working today. So if it's necessary to change it for something that just takes more time. Thank you.
We need a moment to discuss. direct comment from Euro Aurora.
Thank you for the floor. Should be RRO. So in terms, just answer the question from Anna France. This year, actually, we were shared with a basic like regional template for SEP. So in terms of like editing the document, I don't think it would be as much work. It's just to get more input from global in terms of what do they think would be a good like decision to add, and also for us to decide. And obviously, now that we've actually accepted the new position, it also helps because then there can be a liaison between us and the global team. But in terms of the actual deadline, I think that would be difficult because again, we had to receive the regional template. So
Technical from Euro Aurora.
Thank you for the floor. Should be RRO. So I would propose to amend the deadline to match when the CP, where the award criteria for the CPs is released, which would be the 1st of January.
1st of January. Okay. Does the proposer and seconder agree with the changes? Okay. The amended motion reads is the 15 IPSF European Regional Assembly mandates Euro Regional Working Group to evaluate student exchange officers within the European region based on their engagement, the quality and consistency of their communication and their communication regarding the student exchange program. The RWG shall investigate and establish evaluation criteria. Before the criteria are finalized, the student exchange committee shall be given opportunity to review the proposed criteria and provide feedback. The final evaluation criteria shall be shared with all SCOs no later than the 1st of January 2026. The regional SEP coordinator shall track these evaluations. The evaluation shall be only used to determine best SCO of Euro award and shall not affect the global SCO ranking. This motion shall be achieved immediately and reviewed at the 16th IPSF European Regional Assembly. Do I have new comments? I see none, therefore I close the floor for discussion for the motion which is the 15 IPSF European Regional Assembly. I close the floor for discussion. Now we can proceed with the voting for the motion which is the 15 IPSF European Regional Assembly.
Montreal IPSF President, I believe Annette France submitted the new comment. It was invisible. Thank you.
Now we can proceed to voting for the motion which is the 15 IPSF European Regional Assembly mandates the Euro Regional Working Group to evaluate student exchange officers within the European region based on their engagement, the quality and consistency of their communication and their communication regarding the student exchange program. The RWG shall investigate and establish the evaluation criteria. Before the criteria are finalized, the student exchange program shall be given the opportunity to review and propose criteria and provide feedback. The final evaluation criteria shall be shared with all SCOs no later than 1st of January 2026. The region SEP coordinator shall track this technical to amend the date to 1st of January 2027. Does the proposer and the seconder agrees? Now we can proceed to voting for the motion, which is the 15 IPSF European Regional Assembly mandates the Euro Region Working Group to evaluate student exchange officers within European region based on their engagement, the quality and consistency of the communication and their communication regarding the student exchange program. The RWG shall investigate and establish the evaluation criteria. Before the criteria are finalized, the student exchange committee shall be given opportunity to review proposed criteria and provide feedback. The final evaluation criteria shall be shared with all SCOs no later than the 1st of January 2027. Regional SEP coordinator shall track these evaluations. The evaluation shall only be made to determine the best SCO of Euro award and shall not affect the global SCO ranking. This motion shall be achieved immediately and reviewed at the 16th IPSF European Regional Assembly. All of those against? All of those abstain? Can you count the votes? All of those in for? For all of those in for favor, please raise them high. With 0 votes against, 3 votes for abstain, 17 votes for, motion carried. Now we proceed with the next motion, which is the 15th IPSF European Regional Assembly recommends that IPSF European Regional Office should explore the possibility of an official partnership organization relations status with Planetary Health Report Card through a memorandum of understanding and the provision of official invitation letter as an observer to Regional Assembly. This motion shall be achieved by the 16th European Regional Assembly. Now I give the floor to proposer for their speech.
Thank you for the floor. Polly, BPSA, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. The Planetary Health Report Card is a global student-led program that promotes healthcare students in challenging the education of sustainability and climate health. It supports them in demanding that their universities and their home countries provide them with appropriate teaching and that their education matches a national benchmark. However, they also do a lot of outreach work, which would be beneficial for us, which is why I'm suggesting that the regional working group look into this partnership. Having a partnership with the Planetary Health Report Card means that we could collaborate on campaigns, and it would help us to reach more nations within Europe that they have ties with that we don't have as member associations yet. It would help, therefore, to promote the agenda of the European Regional Office and potentially introduce new member organizations. Inviting them as observers would also mean that we would have a reliable form of feedback if we are discussing topics related to sustainability, including when we're discussing policy suggestions. Therefore, I think this is something we think that this is something the regional working group should explore and see if it's possible and beneficial. Thank you.
Now I give the floor to seconder for their speech.
Thank you, Chair, for the floor. Dilan TPAYC Turkey. TPAYC also agreed climate change is one of the biggest threats to global public health, and as future pharmacists, planetary health is one of our responsibilities. The Planetary Health Report Card is a powerful student-led tool that will help evaluate and transform pharmacy education across Europe toward sustainability. Thank you.
I open the floor for discussion. Point of information by Ms. Manchia, PSA President. Technical by BPSA United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Thank you for the floor, Polly, BPSA United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Could I suggest an amendment to official partnership organization being in quotations with a dash to relationship status to make it clearer when reading what the relationship being suggested is? Thank you.
Does the seconder agrees with the changes? Technical from Euro Secretary.
Thank you, Chair, for the floor. League IPSF Euro Secretary. I would also like to recommend that the IPSF European Regional Office to recommends that the IPSF European Regional Working Group to remain consistent.
The amended motion is the 15th IPSF European Regional Assembly recommends that the IPSF Euro Region Working Group should explore the possibility of an official partnership organization relationship status with the Planetary Health Report Card through the Memorandum of Understanding and the provision of official invitation letter as an observer to the Regional Assembly. This motion shall be achieved by the 16th European Regional Assembly. Point of information by the IPSF President.
Manchuri IPSF President, I would like to provide a point of information that this year IPSF Executive Committee through the external chairperson, Mr. Julian, has already been in touch with the Planetary Health Report Card. So from the Global Office, this has been initiated, and we do have a practice within the Global Office and Regional Office that there would only be one focal contact for the partner. Thank you.
New comment from point of information. Okay, new point of information by the IPSF President.
IPSF President Manchuri, I would like to provide the information to the floor and reminded that MOU has to be more than 2 years and has to be signed at the IPSF GA. And therefore, if this is going to be proceeded, it has to be at the next GA in Taipei, with the condition that the regional office do have the authority to sign something not memorandum of understanding, but letter of intent, and it can be valid less than 365-day time tools. So it's only 1 year for the regional contract. Thank you.
New comment from NAPSAR Serbia.
Thank you, Chair, for the floor. Katarina Napser, Serbia. We just wanted to ask if proposer and seconder thought about would the like the participation of this partner organization, if their fee for attending RA would be paid, like if they come to RA as an observers, who would pay their like coming here? Who would pay their the attention here?
Direct comment from BPSA United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Poly BPSA, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. This isn't something we have given thought to. Could we have some time to discuss?
Yes, you can have.
Thank you.
Have 2 minutes to discuss. Direct comment from BPSA United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Thank you for the floor and the time to discuss. Poly BPSA, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. The reason we've kept open the suggestion for an invitation to observer as opposed to specifying the pharmacy lead would be because the Planetary Health Report Card is such a widespread and global program, they are likely to have a highly senior member within the nation that's hosting the regional assembly already, which would make the cost of them attending lower. But discussions on who and how the cost would be covered is something that could be part of the discussion for the memorandum of understanding or the letter of intent, as was suggested. So it would be something to be discussed when discussing how the partnership would function. Thank you.
Thank you. I kindly asked all the regional assembly not to sleep during the regional assembly. Now, new comment from the Slovenia.
Thank you for the floor, Pia, Država Slovenia. We would just like to say that if the global office is already in contact with this organization and one point of contact is preferred, we are thinking about voting against this motion. Thank you.
New comment from APEF Portugal.
Margarida APF Portugal, thank you for the floor. First of all, we'd like to say that we strongly agree with the point that was raised just now by NAPSR Serbia, and this is also one of the reasons that we are going to propose what we are about to propose. Second of all, one of our main concerns is the fact that these partners being observers would imply that they would be here during closed discussion. And since they would also be reporting RA, and it hasn't been discussed how would they report during closed discussion, we don't feel comfortable with passing this motion as it is. So we would just suggest an amendment and remove in the first sentence from the word and, so just cut the part where it mentions that they would have to be in RA, and we could still evaluate this potential partnership, but without the RA part being defined.
Direct comment from BPSA, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Thank you for the floor. Polly, BPSA, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Upon reflection, that is a very valid point. It would take more time to figure out how an external observer would fit within RA, and extending an invitation letter at the same time as we're looking to form a partnership might not be the best course of action. So I am happy to suggest an amendment to remove the official invitation letter to be an observer at the regional assembly. That's my seconder. Thank you.
Is this correct? Okay. So the amended motion raises the 15 IPSF European Regional Assembly recommends the Euro-Region Working Group should explore the possibility of an official partnership organization relationship status with the planetary health report card through a memorandum of understanding. This motion shall be achieved by the 16th European Regional Assembly. New comment from BPHC Germany.
Thank you for the floor, BPHD Germany. Yeah, we also share the concerns with the information that has arisen that IPSF Global is also pursuing this partnership. Could the regional working group or any person who feels addressed give their evaluation if it would make sense for IPSF Euro to pursue this partnership if IPSF Global already is in contact? Thank you.
We need a moment to discuss. Direct comment from Euro Aroro.
Thank you for the floor. Should be RRO. So Julian, the chairperson of external relations, is already actively looking at this possibility. Was made aware, so he's been looking at it. So there's, yeah.
As our chairperson, also while we reach out to partners, the European region and the global region always lets each other know. We have a spreadsheet that we share with the global, and global shares their spreadsheet with us. So we won't reach out to same people or same companies at the same time. So are there any new comments? Direct comment from BPSA, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Thank you for the floor and for that information. Polly, BPSA, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. We were not aware that this was something that was being looked at by the global team, and obviously it would have the most benefit if it was adopted by the global team as opposed to the Euro office solely. So is there a process for dropping our motion? Thank you.
Does the seconder agrees? Point of order from Motions Committee.
The Asha Motions Committee. So either if the proposer or the seconder withdraw, then the motion is dropped. So you need to make a new point. Thank you.
Yeah. New point from BPSA, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Polly, BPSA, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. What my point was dropping the motion. I have nothing further to say. Thank you.
So we Okay. Now, since the time for IA is done and we have the gala night, I would like the SS with suspended standing orders with RA if they feel okay with the green light or red light. Okay. Do I have a proposer proposed by BPHG Germany? Do I have a second by NF France? All of those against? With 0 votes against, 20 votes for, motion carried unanimously. Now we will continue with roll call.
Thank you, Chair. Scrutineers, please get ready to collect the voting cards from AFIP Austria, CPSA Croatia, CZPSA Czech Republic. Please remain silent. FIPSA Finland, ANEP France, BPHG Germany, ASEP Switzerland, vote delegated to BPHG Germany, KNPSV the Netherlands, SOP Denmark, vote delegated to KNPSV the Netherlands. NOPSA Norway, SNAP Sweden, vote delegated to NOPSA Norway, PPSA Poland, APAF Portugal, FASFOR Romania, NAPSA Serbia, SPSA Slovakia, the SHFSA Slovenia, FEF Spain, TPA YC Turkey, and BPSA United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.